Okay, are we good? Oh, we're good. What's going on, stream? How you guys doing? Hope you guys are well. Welcome to the stream. It's Wednesday. We're currently in Pantheon. The population looks really good, but the prospects for a group look really bad. Just about everybody is grouped, and I've already been to all the shards. So I'm not entirely sure what the plan is for this evening. But we will figure something out. Hey Toad, what's going on? How you doing, man? Am I still, I am. I finished a small book. I'm still waiting to hear back if it got approved. But I haven't done anything. This is the first project I've revisited in, what's this July. June, April, March, February. I think January was the last time I tried to record. Some of these projects, you don't realize how long they take until you actually get into it. Like, for example, you might get a book and the book might be 5 hours long if you were to read it front to back. So as far as the audio recording, typically it's roughly around the same time frame. The issue is, for every hour of that book, every finished hour, you're looking at anywhere from generally 3 to 5 hours per finished hour. So that 5-hour book becomes a 25-hour thing. Between that and the streaming, and you have to rest your voice, you can't overdo it, you know, day to day, or else you end up putting yourself out of commission for 4 or 5 days. I learned that the hard way last year. Almost missed a project because of it. Now I know better. The unfortunate thing is, a lot of people out there, particularly authors, don't understand how that works. They think that if there's a time frame, if the book is 5 hours, at most 10 hours, but that's not how it works. They obviously don't know what it's like to talk too much. I know what it's like to talk too much. I talk too much quite regularly. I'm considering looking into a couple of other sites though, and registering with them to do other stuff and see if that goes anywheres. It just comes down to having time. It just comes down to time. I might limit my streaming maybe. You know, go down a day, go down 2 days. There are certain days of the week where there's like nobody around, so it really, I mean, sure, if maybe I was streaming a different game, but with Pantheon, no. That's not where I want to go. I tell you, I tried to jump on the Discord this evening before I went live just to take a look at the forums to see what was going on. No thank you. The amount of vitriol that's on there is ridiculous. You listen to a lot of stuff from, what's this? Sound Booth Theater? Lit RPG Con. Join us in Denver this July for the first ever. Enjoy the show. Get your tickets now. Audio producers in the industry. Multicast audiobooks. I haven't done multicast. Oh, they have a catalog on Audible. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm not saying that title. Santa Saves Christmas. Okay. I got you. That's interesting. I'm going to favorite that site. Dungeon Crawler Carl. I really should do more. I really should do more. I enjoy doing it, but again, like I said, it comes down to time. There are people out there that could drop everything that they're doing and go full time at it. I can't do that. It's just like streaming. I can't do that, right? There's never enough time. Where am I running? I overran. We're on shard 0 at the moment. We'll try 0 to see how this goes. If we don't get much activity, we'll jump over to another one. I think the next highest shard was 1. Nobody along this side at all. Interesting. So what are you doing this evening, Toad? Are you in WoW tonight? What are you working on in that? Are you raiding? You're not on live, right? You're on classic? You picked up Dune Awakening. Oh, you're playing Dune? Okay, gotcha. Hey, Silent, what's happening? Quite a few people playing Dune Awakening. Quite a few Pantheon people playing Dune Awakening. Although, I've been told by a friend of mine that I guess the end game might need a bit of work. I guess the end game is not as big as players thought it was going to be or something. I don't know. I don't know the first thing about it. Sandworms and... Are heart plugs in the game? Can you pull out somebody's heart plug? Well, no bites so far. Let's jump shards, I guess. It's still a little early. Yeah, still a little early. What's going on tonight, Silent? What are you up to? You finally got a group on your ranger? Right on. What is your group doing? Or what are you guys planning on doing? Oh, look at that. Stormona 2 disappeared. It had low population, so chances are it closed. I'm guessing. there, there were quite a few people on the official forums, man, complaining about traits on the enemies. Like, give me one other game chat. Give me one other MMORPG where the same mob can respawn differently every time. Go ahead, give me one. You can't. It's not a thing. It's only in Pantheon, and there are players complaining about the traits in Pantheon. It's like, it's, dude, people are ridiculous. Ooh, nobody looking for group. Might be a guild thing going on over here. You're in Halnirs at the moment? Right on. It's gonna be tougher here than Shard 0. Level 11 currently? Oh, so you guys are at the entrance? I would guess you're at the entrance. Well, good luck, my friend. Watch those Ravagers. Make sure you stay behind them. All these early groupers, man. It drives me nuts because I don't get on till now. Oh, that's weird. I didn't want to. Okay. Yeah, I don't think we're going to get a group here. Yeah, they're all group. Back over to 0, I guess. And we'll sit and wait there. I shouldn't say sit and wait. We'll run around and kill some dogs, but we'll wait there to see what happens. Hopefully some more people log in about 20 minutes. It's hard, man. There's so many other tanks on right now. There's so many paladins and dire lords. Mary McCheese. Not many here either. Alright, chat. We're stuck waiting. Not entirely sure why I taunted that. Anybody playing anything currently other than Pantheon? Anybody looking forward to any games coming out this month? I saw a video the other day. It looks like there's quite a few games coming out in July. When I say that, I don't mean like large AAAs. I just mean games in general. It's quite a few. Also, on the topic of multimedia, I see they're rebooting or redoing Street Fighter. That's interesting. Street Fighter starts filming, I think, this fall. I don't know if you guys ever saw the original Street Fighter with Van Damme. It looks pretty good, man. They got, I think, if I read it right, I think they got 50 Cent playing Balrog. I thought that was pretty good. I could be wrong there. I might do a Mass Effect playthrough. I was talking about this the other day. I was thinking about it today at work. It's been a long time. Was tired of sitting and waiting for groups or trying to put one together. Didn't have the time, so you made a DPS. Gotcha. Did you ever play Mass Effect Toad? Anybody ever play the Mass Effect franchise? Dude, it was so good. Mass Effect and Dead Space are like two of my favorite, I guess you could call them franchises? Series anyways? But two of my favorites. Next to Uncharted. You never finished Andromeda? Gotcha. Well, I enjoyed all of them. And I know there was a lot of controversy about the ending for Andromeda. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the whole story. I thought it was fantastic. I mean, I think I'd be looking at, it'd probably be 1 week for Mass Effect 1. Probably be 2, maybe 3 weeks for Mass Effect 2. I mean, Mass Effect 2 arguably probably, well, I wouldn't say best in the series. It's pretty good. That's really the one where all the decisions became important. So, for those who don't know, when you play through the Mass Effect, you wouldn't know this if you played through as the games came out. But in Mass Effect, after you beat the game, the decisions that you made throughout the game would carry over into Mass Effect 2 if you continued with your save file. That determined who was alive, who was active, who wasn't, how the story changed, so you could actually limit the characters available to you in Mass Effect 2. that carried on or increased going into Mass Effect 3. So all the decisions you made all daisy chained towards the end of 3, I believe, and then Andromeda sort of closes it all out. But by fluke, when I went I won't say spoilers because I won't give specific details. But on my first playthrough of Mass Effect 2, I finished the game and had everybody cool. That's all I'm going to say. Everybody was cool at the end of the playthrough. I had no idea what was, because we played it when it came out. It's not like I downloaded a collection and played through it like last summer or something. These are games that are like 15 years old. Anyhow, ever since that Mass Effect 2 playthrough where I lucked out and did some stuff without me knowing that kept everybody good going into the third, I was hooked. I was absolutely hooked. It was like, it's phenomenal. Phenomenal. It's such a good series. Somebody else is out here soloing. You're going there. Okay, I guess I'll take these two. I know there's a collector's edition. I don't know if it's on Game Pass. I can't remember. I think that's where I saw it. That'll probably be the version that I play. I mean, I gotta say, between both shards tonight, it's pretty good to see that like 95% of the population is grouped. There were only, what, 3 people on shard 1 and like 6 on this one that weren't grouped? That's pretty good. I have too many hit points. I don't want to take on 2. I gotta revisit Hollow Knight at some point also. I still want to get through it before Silk Song comes out. I know Silk Song was teased this year at the Summer Games Fest. You had to be paying attention to a lot of little tiles on the screen, but you could see they had the printed graphic for the title art for Silk Song, so you know it's coming. I think there's a new Castlevania on the way also. I'm pretty sure there is. And I see we're coming up on the 35th anniversary of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. They're doing a theatrical re-release for anybody who might be interested. It's nice to see some of the chill mode crews getting up there. A couple of them made 35. Oh, what's that group doing there? They getting ready to go into the Enclave? That's not the... No, that's not the cliff camp. That's the ramp to the Enclave. They must be getting ready to go into the Enclave. Kudos to them. Best of luck. We are, what, 9% away from level? I really should jump back into the voice work. I really should. I might start doing more auditions. I have like, I think I'm up to 8 projects now that are out there. 6 of them I hope never see the light of day. That's all I'll say. I did a really good one last year for dealing with addiction. It was a book published by a doctor in California. It's pretty good. She was incredibly happy with it, so I was ecstatic. That was kind of like the, okay, I think I got a knack for this. But then I had a couple other projects afterwards that, well, you know, we're just going to pretend like we didn't have a couple of projects after that. Hey, Tumadin, what's happening? How you doing, man? How are things going? Things are going. We're in the process of trying to find a group. We're in on a night where most people are already grouped, which is cool to see, both on Shard 1 and Shard 0. There's no Shard 2 at the moment. There was a Shard 2 earlier when I first went live, but it looks like the population bottomed out, so the Shard disappeared. I'm sure it'll pop back up at some point this evening, if it's not already back up. There's a somewhat heavy population here on 0, and then there's a moderate population on 1. Look at the way the sun shines off our shoulders, our armor, as it's setting. It also helps we have a torch on. Just saying. Working on a few side projects for Pantheon? What are side projects, if you don't mind me asking? You mean in-game? Like, are you working on completing a quest, or are you working on resources outside of the game? Fan-made resource. Gotcha. Camp checker? How would that work now? How would you associate camp checker with, like, a location? Would you have to punch in, like, a range of coordinates and then see if there's active players there? Or how would that work? I mean, a camp checker app would be crazy. That would, I mean, it would, on the player side, it would save players a lot of time. On the game side, it would make things a little easier, because then you could just say, okay, well, this is taken, this is taken, this is taken, so when I jump in, I'll run straight to this place. Which obviously would be the whole point of it. I have a list of common camp areas. Have an upvote, downvote. That means it would mark it as occupied. And if people downvote, it'd be clear. Ah, okay, gotcha. Whoops. Ideally, it would automatically clear votes over time so it doesn't get stale. Right, gotcha. I wonder what mob types are over here on this landmass. This is where the wild bloods are, right? So there's probably those mosquitoes. Oh, we are not rising. Why are we not rising? Okay, so this is showing that we're on the surface, and down the other end is showing us that we're flying over the surface. Somebody needs to tilt the water the other direction. Don't kill me, whatever's over here. There might not be anything over here. Oh, there's the, what are they called? Polywogs? Poppywigs? Hello. I didn't know wild bloods were this close to the river. I'm gonna see if there's a wild blood camp over here. Why would there just be that one roamer? There wouldn't be. There would have to be a camp somewheres. There's a wolf. Scarlet wolf, dark blue. I wonder what that is for. Doesn't look like a fallen tree. Just a floating rock? I guess it's just a floating asset. Oh, they are mushroom. Oh, it is a tree. Okay. It's a fallen tree. I still don't know why there would be one wild blood roamer, though. Okay, there's the giant mosquito things. Or blood bugs. Another one there. Now, they're aggro, right? No, they're indifferent. The wolf is aggro. That looks like a place where there'd be wild bloods. I gotta be careful I don't get lost. I have a knack of getting geographically challenged. I think we go back east, right? Northeast. Here's a road. It seems to be in a circle. That's weird. Oh, hello. You are indifferent. Hey, Vec. I'm not complaining, but I wonder why the mobs are so sparse in that region. I am not sure. Young mammoth, okay. Wonder if there's a named mammoth. There's some scorpions. Are they a group? Nope. I'm guessing we're going to hit zone wall back here. I feel like there's nothing back there. That looks pretty sparse. Yeah, I'm guessing zone wall. Don't worry, chat. We're still advertising. We still have our LFG tag up. Hopefully somebody gets a spot open. I don't want to get accidental aggro, so we got to be careful. I don't think there are any wild bloods this far out. Oh yeah, this is clearly going to hit zone wall. There's no way it's going to let us go to that mountain, right? Ah, yep. Okay, so there's the zone wall there. I bet you it goes all the way down here, and I bet you that's going to be an area. Maybe? It looks like water, right? It looks like the ocean, maybe? I guess it's just empty at the moment. Well, no, it can't be, because we would see whatever the bottom of that is. See, my understanding is the world is going to wind up seamless. So, except for ship travel, I would say that's going to be an area. We just can't get to it. Yeah, I bet you it goes all along the coast. Sent a couple screenshots. It's more of a prototype. Oh, hang on a second. Oh, gotcha. Okay. So, would you have it up to the player's responsibility if they were to leave a camp that you would hope that they would go and like unclear depending on the shard they're on? Oh, Yezi. Yeah. You can't put... You gotta send links to me by Whisper or let me know. Haven't seen named elephant. Kill every one I see. Oh, I see. It took that period as a website. Gotcha. Whoops. Yeah, he treated that like a link. Here's a tip. Don't just do what your HMO says and get 3 vaccines in one visit. 3 vaccines? What'd you get 3 vaccines for? You traveling to a foreign place? Getting all your Hep stuff in order? COVID pneumonia show. Oh, gotcha. Well, I've had chickenpox twice. So my understanding of medical history is at some point, shingles is probably going to hit me. It was crazy. First time I had chickenpox when I was a kid, like I might have been 5, maybe 6. I had 2. I had one on my shoulder and I had one on my chest. One here and one up here. And then when I was... How old was I? 17? 16? It hit me again. And when it hit me again, I had them everywhere. I couldn't move and I was in immense pain for like a week and a half. I couldn't sit down. I couldn't put clothes on. I was in a bathrobe the whole time. Dude, it was an absolute nightmare. You guys probably can't see it. I got a dent right here in my forehead, and that's from walking into a wall, walking into my living room wall. When I had the chicken pox all over, my eyes were closed. I couldn't open my eyes, and I went to go into the kitchen, and I walked into the wall, and when I did, my head came forward. True story. I've had a dog tear my lip off. I've fallen collecting seaweed and split my chin. I had a large piece of shale hit me on the top of the head and split my skull. I've torn up the inside of my thighs, broken my spine, and cracked my. Anyways, yeah, I've beat myself up over the years. I did all of that before I was 17. All of it. All of it was done before I was 17. Actually, that's a lie. 18. I had my surgery at 17. Oh, I didn't know one of you was out here. Oh, what is your pathing? Don't you dare come near me. I'm exhausted. Oh, no. No, no, no. No, don't come over this way. Nope. Come on, exhaustion. Going back the way I came. Leave me alone, man. There you go. You go that way. Yeah, man, I've beaten myself up pretty good. Up until the time I was 18. Oh, look, we can see Sky Durban from all the way over here. That's cool. Means it's a clear day, technically, even though there's a bunch of clouds. Evil Knievel, I know, right? Still working on the details, how it'll work fully. I think anyone can clear a marked camp basically of X amount of votes. It'll say camp minus X is cleared. Anyone can vote either direction, but can only vote once. Gotcha. Hard shingles is bad too. So when I went in for my surgery, I was in for 2 weeks, I think. I was in a semi-private room with an older gentleman. So I was 17. This person, I think he would have been in his 60s, maybe even 70. He was in for shingles. And I remember as a teenager, I think it was the first or second day that I was sober. And that's a whole other story. We don't need, that's a whole other story, but it took a week. It took a week for me to be sober in the hospital. So when I was sober, he had gotten up to go to the washroom, and he was hobbling past me. Hobbling is the best term I can think of. He was hobbling past me, and his gown wasn't closed, and his gown kind of swayed when he was walking, and his back ended up being exposed. And I'm telling you, he looked like a Dalmatian. And if you don't know what a Dalmatian is, feel free to Google it right now. I didn't know what shingles was, never seen it before. He had it everywhere. When the nurse came in, I asked her about it, and she educated me on it. Dude, I felt so bad for the guy. He was in constant pain. Always asking for the nurse. Always asking for morphine. Always asking to be put on, like, dude, it was just nonstop. And every time he got up, and all day long he was in pain, and I'm laying there trying to relax or what have you, and I'm just listening to him all day. And I'm not exaggerating when I say all day. If he was up at 6 a.m. and he went to bed at 11 p.m., he was going on the whole day. I don't know if I'd say it was a nightmare, end of the world. I have no idea. But yes, dude, I do not want shingles. No, thank you. Now I say that I'm somebody who had spinal surgery, so that's a whole other story for another time. But There's that roamer again. But yeah, besides my surgery... Oh, hang on. There's another one right there. Did I just walk into a camp? Oh, yep. There's 3 right there. Well, we found the camp, and I probably shouldn't be here. And the town is over... where's the town? I was looking at the town a minute ago. There it is. Ah, okay. Yep. Right over here. Okay, so there's a wild blood camp right here. I didn't know that. So irritating when people go AFK all the time. How many times can one have to use the bathroom? That's... Dude, AFK... you guys have heard me say it before, man. AFKs ruin a group. That's why they give you the shingles vaccine when you're older, even if you don't think you've ever had chickenpox. I've never had measles, knock on whatever my desk is made out of. I've known people who have had measles, but I've never had it. And I know we're dealing with a measles situation, I think, in Western Canada. I also think down in the southern states, maybe Texas, I think is dealing with a measles outbreak. Or was, I think. Pretty sure I read that in the news. Well, chat, man, I thought I'd have a group force, but there's no room at the inn. I mean, do I try the other shard? I don't know if I tried the other shard. We're still 8% away from level. Oh, I have no stamina. There we go. Okay, so that was sword and board, right? See the health here? I didn't pop my damage shield, I didn't pop my offensive buff, and that's how much damage I took. Very little. So now, and we have full battle points. So now we're gonna gear two-hand. This is the hardest hitting weapon in the game right now. Nobody has found heavier. That's still forward, yep. So we're gonna pop that shield ability out. We're gonna put Brutal Cleave in. And let's see what happens. So a bit more damage there, and we couldn't get back the other 3 battle points. Alright, let's wait for this to come off cooldown. I've had some weird things as a kid. I was spotted once from whatever it was. I remember that. It went away after a week or 2 though. Spotted. I mean, could have been measles maybe? You'd know if it was chickenpox. Chickenpox are like warts. They're like bubbled. They're like reverse craters. It's not good. Alright. Hit that. Drop their AC. Let it swing. Drop their AC. Let it swing. Reduce damage. Should come up on the next swing. Up crit, hit him with cleave. Still taking more damage. Now we have 3. You have a medical condition called C-Vid? What is C-Vid? Yeah, see, we take far too much damage. And we don't have Punish, so Punish hasn't procced at all because we don't have a shield on. Which is the big difference between Sword and Board and Two Hand. Sword and Board gives you Punish, Two Hand gives you Cleave. The problem is Punish doesn't take the battle points and Cleave takes 3. And you would think, oh, well, if you're going to be holding a two-hander and doing big damage, you would want it to take the most amount of battle points. That's true, but you would also want it to be semi-reliable on building the points back. See, until Kick comes back up right now, we're going to wind up with 2, right? And we've taken a whole lot of damage off those 3 mobs. So there's definitely an imbalance between Sword and Board and Two Hand. That's why you won't see me doing Two Hand too often. Because of that. Sword and Board is a much better option. As far as I'm concerned, you do more consistent damage, you keep your battle points high, and you take the least amount of damage you can. There's no reason for a warrior to be Two Hand right now. Unless you're in a cave and you need a light source. Or you're afraid of the dark. Between the 3 things you said, it looked more like measles, but it was over my entire stomach and back. Interesting. Common veritable immune deficiency? So if you think of your immune system as a sports team, I have the coach, but I don't have the players. Oh, yikes. Hey Jay, what's happening? So do you have to get any sort of regular treatment silent, or what happens? Do you have to take extra precaution to get like the flu, the cold? Or are you just more susceptible to getting like measles, chickenpox? So we're gonna go back. Oh, we had that on the right thing. We're gonna go back to Sword and Board because it's a waste. It'd be too much sitting down with a two-hander. That's why Two Hands. Oops. That's why Two Hands not worth it. Which is funny, considering the spear has 19 damage and the gavel has 48. You have to do sub-Q infusions once a week? Gotcha. Yeah, okay. Now, is that something that you had happen under certain circumstances, or is that like not necessarily hereditary, but were you born with that condition? I'm guessing you were born with that. Bruges hasn't been able to get a group. They're not grouped. Yeah. It's a rough night for tanks. A lot of tanks looking, or a few tanks looking. No heals. Can't even put a group together. They were talking about it in OC earlier. No healers to be found this evening. I'm guessing it's just because they're all in groups. Develop yours from Mastoiditis? Okay. I assume the spear has a smaller delay? Yes. The two-hand I think is 4.3 and the one-hand is 2.5. So it's almost half. Almost, but not quite. So even if you doubled it, it'd be 38 versus 48. But the thing is, Cleave is supposed to do more damage than Punish, which as far as I'm concerned is the problem. And Cleave is more of a frontal cone. I think it's a 120 degrees. So it's more beneficial to hit multiple mobs with it. The problem is, the only scenario you would do that is if a mob was loose, or if you're dealing with like 2 iron wills and you wanted to try and do some damage. Because outside of that, you'll have a Necro for Mez, you'll have an Enchanter for Mez, you'll have a Rogue for traps, you'll have casters for snare. So I don't really see a beneficial situation to use Brutal Cleave. Want to buy Mandibula Dextra? What is Mandibula Dextra? Anybody know what Mandibula Dextra is? Why does it feel like a bone? Mandibular, right? Oh wait, mandible. Never mind. It'd be like a jaw. Yeah. Vec. I was just thinking that. It's a one-hand sword? Never heard of it. I'm guessing it comes off a beetle. Maybe. Hey, Volkaris. Crush, what do you think about a wipe when they release Black Rose Keep? By the time... So, in my head, thinking about it right now, let's say Black Rose Keep comes out in October. I believe it's coming out in the fall. If they stick to their schedule, I think it's coming out in the fall. So let's say it comes out in October. By the time we get to October, a lot of people are going to be over, say, 35. Because that's July, August, September, that's 4 months away. Because of that, there's really not going to be a point for anybody over 35 to go into Black Rose Keep for any benefit. Because my understanding is Black Rose Keep is supposed to start somewhere in the teens and finish somewhere in the 30s. That's where I think Black Rose Keep is going to end. With that said, if you don't do something to get low-level toons or mid-level toons to go experience the content, the only other thing you could do is spin up a server. But if you spin up a server, you're going to filter the number of people because a lot of players aren't going to want to roll a new toon. So they'll stay on their server, and then a handful of people will go to the new server, and there won't be enough to actually do anything reliable. So, in essence, forcing a wipe on the population, yes, you're going to lose people, but those people probably shouldn't be in the game after a character wipe anyways, because this game is still in development. People still don't get that wrap that around their head. Like, if you genuinely sit there and say, if there's a character wipe, I'm done playing. Okay, that's cool. Nobody cares. Like, if there's a character wipe and you're not going to play, you're not going to play. VR's to a point now where they don't care if most people stop playing after character wipe. They're going to keep building the game. They have a game plan. They have a roadmap. They've hit everything so far. As far as I know, they've hit everything so far. So as far as a character wipe goes, Krushnek number 7 is going to pop up. And I was talking to a few people yesterday, and they all said the same thing. They'd be starting new tunes also. So the trick with this is, so you have to look at it this way. How many zones are in the game right now? 6 or 5? There's Thrown Fast, AVP, Eastern Plains, Southern Plains, Wild's End. I think that's it, right? And then Badia de Cara is coming in. So as far as geography goes, they have, we'll say, 88% of the game already here, right? Because remember, the initial plan years ago was to come out with multiple continents and have a whole ship travel thing. They can't do that because their team got sized down. They've had a whole bunch of incidents. Brad passed, all that stuff. So they have to go with one flushed out complete continent to start with, then use the player base to help fuel more content, another continent, so on and so forth. So with that said, if they already have 88% of the geographical landmass in game right now, they only need to put in, so I've been told that there is a dungeon coming to Wild's End. There's an underwater dungeon coming to Wild's End. Badia de Cara, I believe, is going to see underwater content. I believe there may be a town of some sort plus a dungeon. I'm not sure. Don't quote me on it. Oh, yeah, sorry. Yes, Halnirs. Halnirs is counted as a zone because there's a zone line. I was counting Halnirs as AVP. My bad. But yes. So 6 areas plus Badia de Cara, if I'm even saying that right. So as far as come October when Black Rose Keep comes in, I don't expect them to have anything more endgame wise into the game at the moment. I think this is going to tie people over for quite a bit. A couple of months anyways. A few months anyways. They want players not just to be able to steamroll, level up, and go move through the content. They want you to go find the quest items. They want you to get the quest drops. They want you to do the story. They want you to flush this stuff out. They want to know where there are gaps in quest lines. You know, let's say you complete a couple of quests and then all of a sudden 7 levels later, you haven't found anything new. Like, what's going on here? So then they go ahead and put more stuff in. Now, they don't want to put too much because they don't want it so that you trip over quest updates or whatnot. However, with that said, they would have to find a way to get the most amount of people to try the content again, because you have to remember, they just implemented changes to the game that change the stats on your character based on the gear that you're wearing. So everybody, myself included, would have to go out and try and find new gear once they re-itemize 1 to 30, right? So once they do that and they get that experience put in and they leave this the way it is, you have smooth progression from 1 to 45. The easiest way to send somebody back through that is to do a character wipe and not to spin up a new server. Because if you spin up a new server, you're only going to get this many people to go over, and this many people will stay playing on their regular server, and then maybe you lose a few people because people went over to this server, so now these people don't have people to group with and so on. So that could happen. Like, you kind of have to balance that out. If you force a character wipe, I shouldn't say force, if you do a character wipe across all servers and everybody starts from 0, you will have more people. You won't have this, but you won't have this. You'll have more people that want to play the game. So they would have to think of how many people they can get into the game at one time. So arguably, then you could scale down servers. I think we have, 11 servers now? 12 servers? They probably don't need them. I know there are people from Europe that are playing on North American-based servers. So whether or not you want to leave it at that, I don't know what to tell you there. But as far as a character wipe versus a new server, I think they should character wipe because everybody would have to start over. And I know people don't want to hear that, but pay attention to what I'm about to say. What you do for your character in this game means nothing until launch. When the game launches, then if they talk about character wipes, you can say, what, the French tickler? That's not a thing. But this game is in development. They could wipe tomorrow, they could wipe next Tuesday, they could wipe 2 months from now. Like, the player base trying to scare VR into not doing a character wipe is absolutely stupid. Why do you care about your character in development not going through a flush 1 to 50 or 1 to 45 only to go into launch and lose your character altogether? Because your character is not going to go to launch. If anything at all, this will be a legacy server, and your already created tunes will be legacy characters for whatever reason, or they shut them down altogether and you lose your characters. It's ground zero next year. Nobody should give two craps about a character wipe. If they announce a character wipe, big deal. Big deal. You either play it or you don't. Nobody should care about playing this game until launch. You should care about testing this game from now until launch, right? Am I wrong? Someone type that I'm wrong, and I'll know that you're absolutely crazy. There's just no justification for it. Please go back to seasons. There you go. Wrong. There's no wrong. That's the way it is. Look, a lot of you guys have been at this for 7 months. I've been at this for years. Okay? I need this game to come out as flush as possible. I went through Vanguard. I helped build Vanguard. Vanguard flopped when it came out because it wasn't tested properly towards the end of beta. I was there. I can't let that happen with this game. This game needs to come out, period. So, character wipe? I'm all for it. I'm all for it. You get to hunt for new gear. It'll be hilarious because it'll throw Shalazam sideways, right? Everybody goes to Shalazam for their information. They initiate a character wipe and implement a fresh playthrough with all new itemized gear based on the multi-stat system. You're going to have to repost everything all over again. It'd be hilarious. It would be hilarious. But I'll tell you this. They watch the player base based on how much time players spend in game. Back before early access, they were going to do regular character wipes. It was talked about, for those who don't know. And a lot of us were on board for it because we understood that they would have to hit reset 7, 8, 9, 10 times as we go through the game, right? You'd have to. You can't expect to play Krushnek today and then them just do a new server and then me take this guy over to the new server. And you can't leave me stuck here in the 40s killing this stuff and then rewrite or redesign levels 1 to 30 or 1 to 35 and say, well, there you go. Don't worry about it. You don't have to start a new character. Wait till launch. No, frig that. Do a character wipe, start over, go from 1 to 30, flush out all the new gear. You'll have more content now because a lot of us that hit level 30 4 months ago never went to Wild's End, never went to Eastern Plains. Wasn't a thing. Now when you start over, you could say, oh, you know what? I'm going to go to Wild's End. You got a lot more quests in Wild's End. Wild's End is jam-packed with content now, resource nodes, mobs, quest items, all of that. Dungeons, it's all there. Yes, character wipe. Yes, character wipe. I'm all for a character wipe. They don't listen to me. Nobody listens to me except you guys. But I'm all for a character wipe. Make me go through the game again fresh. But they wouldn't do it until if they're true to re-itemizing level 1 to 30 because of the multi-stat change they've just made, I'm all for going back through the game again. I'll start at level 1 and go back through. I'll do it differently. I'll go to different locations. We'll see what happens. But that's about it. Like, it's unfortunate because a lot of people who talk about this game talk like this game is in a launchable state. They talk like there is a smooth path from 1 to 45 right now. There is not. Who are we kidding? It's somewhat lopsided right now. And as I mentioned 2 weeks ago when this update happened, any specifically warriors, or, well, not even just warriors, even paladins, because paladins need dexterity now more than ever. Wisdom is still their primary, but they need dexterity now, and I think there are a couple other classes that need dexterity now that didn't need it before. So the fact that there is no gear from level 1 to 30 for their archetype that has those stats on it, all the drops in the game from 1 to 30 that have any stats on them at all outside of AC need to be reworked. They have to. There's no other way around it. I can't go level 1 to 30 on Krushnek and find plate armor with agility. It's not going to happen. Now, there are 2 crafted pieces of armor, I believe, at tier 3. I was told last night that they have +2 to agility as a secondary stat, but there is no primary agility plate armor. There isn't. So, please post feedback. Nobody listen to me, Vol. Are you kidding? I'd be the one person posting, and then everybody... look, I jumped into the... So I said this at the start of the stream tonight. A half hour before I went live tonight, I went into the Discord, the official channel or whatever, and I went under... I forget what it was. I think it was... how is the in-game experience now or something. And it might... And I also went into the one that says... are you playing? Are you not playing? How much are you playing? Are you playing full time? That stuff. And I briefly went down 1,000 different posts and just started reading all this toxicity. And I'm like, holy smokes. And it got ridiculous. And I know for a fact that I didn't see my opinions there. Nobody was seconding my opinions or mirroring my opinions. So as far as me posting, I know what's going to happen. I'm going to post, and then 1,000 people are going to poop all over me. And I don't have time to spend in Discord, so I can't. I can't work. I can't come home. I can't do my stuff here. I can't go live, and I can't live in Discord. It's not going to happen. Can't do it. Not enough time. I just wish there were more people that were more active in Discord that thought like I did. But going through those 2 forum threads, there was like nobody. Nobody. And I know people who posted in there. And they still didn't have the same frame of thought that I have in my head, which is like, yeah, it's just crazy. But if they announced a character wipe tomorrow, I'm all for it. I'm all for it. It would suck if a whole bunch of people stopped playing and I couldn't find a healer or DPS or put groups together or whatnot. Of course that would suck. But it's for the betterment of the game. None of us should give 2 craps about our characters. This game is in development. You bought this game. You picked up this game in an in-progress state. You're responsible. Nobody forced you, jokes and puns aside, nobody twisted my rubber arm to pick this game up. You picked the game up fully knowing what you were getting into. It goes back to what I was saying about the influencers and the other streamers who talk about the solo adventure or the duo adventure or being able to go all the places a group can go with only 2 people. Like all that stuff. I heard it, I listened to it. It's absolutely ridiculous that somebody even uttered it out of their mouth. But dude, you knew what you were getting into the day you picked up the game. You have to remember, there might have been a couple thousand people, let's say 2,000 players, before early access. When Steam hit, when Pantheon launched on Steam, 8,000 people jumped on board. At one point, they had almost 11,000 purchasers, copies of the game sold. You all knew what you were getting into. All the print was right there in front of you in 5 paragraphs, and y'all picked up the game. So y'all need to shush and figure out if you're going to test the game or if you're going to wait till launch. That's it. That's it. That's all there is to it. Are you going to test the game or are you going to wait till launch? No other train of thought should go through any of our 11,000 heads except, are you going to test the game or are you going to play it at launch? Which one? I'm doing both. I had people stop grouping with me recently because they weren't cool with dying while testing and going into areas that we knew nothing about. and they got all butthurt and started putting people on ignoring stuff. If that's you, you need to stop playing this game, like right now. Like, seriously, stop playing. You're going to ruin it for us, for me and everybody else. Like, holy smokes, man. We're 7 months in on a 2-year plan, and, dudes. You got me going now. You got me going. Just trust me, man. Everything I say, everything I say is how I feel. Period. There's no other way around it. I don't coat stuff. I've put too much time into this game. I mean, it's not a bragging point, but I'm the individual who has streamed this game online the most. Period. I don't stop. I don't stop. I've streamed more than everybody. I don't stop. There's 100 other games I could play. I'm still heavily thinking about revisiting Mass Effect. But I sit here and I keep clicking the Pantheon launcher and I keep showing up. Every day. I keep showing up. You know, it's funny, I'm talking to you guys and whatnot, and we're going on about this game, and here I am talking about how I can't stand soloing and whatnot, and what am I doing right now? What's that? Hypocrite? No, you're crazy. This doesn't count. This doesn't count. This isn't me logging into solo. That's not what this is. This is me soloing because there's no group at the moment. That's what that is. Two different things. Shush. Finster has me beat with what? Streaming this game? How long has Finster been streaming this game? I never saw Finster during seasons. I never saw most of the streamers streaming now during seasons. One thing I think this shows is that people care so much because it's such an amazing game. It is. It is. What they're trying to do is fantastic. Period. You guys wouldn't be hanging out here otherwise. What I'd really like to do, at this point right now in the server, I'd like to get maybe 42. And then I would like to put a group together, or at least a grouping of people together, to try and do all the non-combat stuff. Like go around and get the quest items, make sure everybody's got them. Go around and get the quest updates, like the vials and whatnot. Go ahead and do the turn-ins and so on, and actually like quest group to quest the content. But it's virtually impossible to do that because everybody wants to kill stuff, everybody wants XP. Dude, I don't want to be level 50 coming back to do quests. But you gotta have people, and the people just aren't there. Which is what I'm saying. Like, the player base right now is still not perfect for testing. Everybody's grinding. You'll have to show me sometime how to stream. There'll be nothing but healers and casters. Streaming's easy. Setting up to stream is easy. Streaming is not that easy. I've been streaming. So, for those who don't know, I've been around a very long time here on the platform. I'm probably one of the oldest, longest running streamers, but I'm pretty much unheard of because I spent a decade streaming EverQuest. I've been here for 12 years. I think I've been streaming. Now, I didn't do it for anything other than to hang out and play in EverQuest. I met some pretty cool people a decade ago. I was with them all the way up until like 2 years ago when I went pretty much full-time into Pantheon. They're still playing EQ for the most part. A couple of those people are playing Pantheon presently, but not as much as I am. But I've been around a long time. Streaming is nothing. But streaming can be taxing. Streaming can definitely tear you down. There was this big discussion a few months ago. It might have even been during COVID or just after COVID, and it went on for about 7 months. And people online were saying streaming is easier than working a 9 to 5. Okay? I never lead you guys astray, and I'll tell you right now, streaming can destroy a person, just so you know. Streaming can have way more of a massive negative impact on a person than a 9 to 5 job. So don't ever listen to anybody who tells you that streaming is easy is a moron. Period. I've worked everything. I've sold houses. I've sold dildos. I've done tech support. I've done modeling. I've done warehouse work. I've done all the stuff. Streaming to me comes easy. I love to stream. I've streamed for 12 years. I love to stream. I started streaming like in 2013. I just love hanging out, that's all. But no, I'm not a full-time streamer. Some would say on paper, I'm arguably the worst streamer on the internet. Just saying. Just saying. I'm arguably on paper the single worst streamer. Everybody else that's come before me or after me that was not good at streaming has gone, and I'm still here. Just so you know. I'm not full-time, never been full-time, never been a partner. Can we back up to dildos? Nope, we're not talking about that. That was an earlier life. Those are some pretty fun stories, though. We used to tell those stories a few years ago. I try to lay off them now because the stream is set up as an all-ages type situation. So we don't need to know about the 3.5 years of that. Some other time. But I have some stories. I have some stories that are not for Twitch. I have a lot of stories that are not for Twitch. Here, I'll show you guys. Those of you that are relatively new to the stream, let me show you a glimpse of my past. What am I looking for? Right there. So, okay. You ready? This is Rico Suave right here. All right. Right. That's your boy a very long time ago. Very long time ago. Fought in World War II. Yeah, man. Your boy had a few things going for him when he was younger. It was a wild time. And then I had my surgery, and life changed. Yeah, so when you have your profile put into a catalog, so a catalog, for those who don't know, in the modeling world and in the talent agency world, when you go into like acting, modeling, that sort of thing, you end up getting mugshots. You take a series of mugshots and you pick a few of them that you like. Then whoever set up the Photoshop will choose the ones that they like, and then you compare them, and whatever's similar, that's typically the ones you would go with. So I have 6 that I implemented out of like, I think at the time they took like 55 photos. This is when I first started. I had 3 changes of clothes I had to bring. It's a long story. It's not for here. It's a long, pointless story, but it was a period of my life where I actually wore makeup. So when the discussion of makeup comes in with women, they talk about makeup, I can actually say, I know how you feel because I wore it. Foundation, mascara, eyeliner, blush, I've worn it. So, just so you guys know, I can genuinely say I feel their pain when it comes to makeup. I understand the struggle. I've had mousse and gel and spray and spritz and so much stuff, man. I almost went, dude. It was shortly after my modeling stint that I ended up starting to shave my head, and I've shaved it ever since. And black and white was the best way to take black and white is the best way to take a photo, because what happens is they end up using black and whites as like negatives for when it comes to catalogs, websites, magazines, advertisements, billboards, all that stuff. They start basically with the black and white. They find the complexion that is under the best settings. Then they go ahead and put you into like color stuff. But your black and white mugshot goes into this giant catalog. It's like a huge binder of hundreds of faces. And what happens is anytime a company comes around looking to do something, the talent agency takes that catalog, gives it to the company, and they flip through all these hundreds of faces to try and find who they're looking for. That's how at least that's how it worked back then. But I did a brief stint there, and that was a lot of fun, but it was short-lived because I was working security at the time. And if you've ever worked a job like security or known anybody who works security, you work long hours and you work weird hours, a lot of graveyard shifts, night shifts. So I would get home in the morning, tell my family that if the agency called to wake me up, I don't care if they kicked me out of bed. My family never woke me up. They let me sleep. And that was a problem because after a certain number of missed calls, they stop calling. And then when you call them, they have nothing for you. So it was cutthroat back then. It went on for a while, but I ended up sleeping through phone calls and it dried up and I never pursued it again. If you could change one thing in the game, what would it be? If I could change one thing in the game. If I could change one thing in the game. That's a good question. I mean, is there anything that I think people would struggle with? See, I never struggled leveling through this game. Even when it had less, I never struggled. One thing I could change. I wouldn't change anything with the classes. I wouldn't change anything with the level design. I wouldn't change anything with the dungeons. I wouldn't change anything with mobility. What would I change? Can I say the player base? Can I say the player base? Can I make more of the player base more of a tester mentality? Can I do that? Is that possible? Oh, hang on a second. Chat seems to be flagging dildo. No wonder you have no hair now after all that product trauma. Dreamt, you have no, and hey Dreamt, you have no idea. Dreamt, man, you have no idea. No idea. Every day, 3-4 times a day I was putting crap on. Every day. It's amazing what people go through in that industry. I don't know if it's the same today as it was back then, but man. I mean, it paid well. I think I did a Campbell Soup commercial and I ended up getting like $900 and some odd for like 15 seconds. At like 17 years old, I was laughing. You got to remember this, but there was no social media. Social media wasn't a thing. Crush back in the 40s. I changed the player's mentality from... Dude, I didn't even see. I just said that. I didn't even see your message, Grix. I didn't even see your message. Just what's going on, man? I didn't even see you jump in the channel. I changed the player's mentality from treating it like a launch game. Yes, Grix. Yes, 1000%. That's what I would change. That's what I said. The player-based mentality. That's what I would change. We are not playing a launch game. You should not value your character. You should not value your character. You should value your experience in this game for when it launches. That's the character you're going to care about, not this one. But too many people care about this one because it goes back to, I put a lot of time into this character. Okay, so what do you want for it? You want a cookie? They're kind of expensive now, but you go to the store and buy yourself a bag of cookies, I'm sure. That's changing people, not the game. True. Okay, hang on. Let me think about it. One thing in the game that I would change. Art style, I wouldn't change. I grabbed onto the art style the day they updated. So that wasn't a thing. I liked what they were going for before, but I like this too. I wouldn't change weapons. I wouldn't change armor. I wouldn't change... Would I change the creatures? I wouldn't change the creatures. I wouldn't change flying mobs versus ground mobs. I wouldn't change traits. You know what? Here's what I would do. More quests. Never mind Echoes in the Basalt. Lieutenants of Greed and Night Warden Part 6 I've had for months. I have every other quest done in Thronefast, and whatever was findable in a... Oh, I'm being attacked. Quests, more quests, more quests. More quests, more lore, more story, more writing. Let's say that. More writing is what I would change. Because remember, we didn't have like people like Krushnek. We didn't have the writing core for the first bit of early access. It was only when they brought them back a couple months ago that we started getting all the lore stuff, all the writing. All the new gear that drops in the game now has blurbs on it. Everything has blurbs. Even the jewelry that drops in the trenches has blurbs, but none of the old gear has it. See? So the writing, I would change the writing. Hands down. I've actually had Krushnek in stream twice. We had Krushnek here a couple months ago, and then Krushnek was here a few weeks ago. Or it might have been a couple weeks ago. Nice guy. Really nice guy. He thanked me for playing the game. He thanked me for streaming the game. I was like, it's not a problem, man. I love the game. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, I shouldn't say I don't know what to tell you. I told you exactly what I told you. We still can't get a group, people. Should I jump shards? Let me jump shards. Let me see if any openings have popped up on one. Nobody's come over looking for people, so I assume the situation hasn't changed, but... And don't get me wrong, I love sitting here chatting with you guys. This is fantastic, but I'm sure you guys want to see stuff being crawled or something. Stuff being killed. But yes, one thing I would change, more information. Lore, quests, etc. Keep us busy. You want to see quests, you should log into EverQuest 2 and run around and talk to everybody. And see how fast your quest journal fills up with 75 quests, which was the maximum, I believe. And then you get 30 of them done, and there's another 50 waiting for you. Even, yeah, look, Black Moon doesn't have a 2 either. Yeah, so I guess it looks like they spun down the servers. There's fewer servers now. I used to have a bigger scroll bar. Why are Haven Song and Osari still West Coast on their own? Oh, I guess they had population after the merge, right? Yeah, right. I keep forgetting population fell off like 3 weeks ago. Or a month ago. PvP West Coast, man. Sag. Nobody's home. I played EQ with a guy with a fake leg we met in New York City. He had booze in it. Fantastic. Hey, Yuke, what's happening? Oh, Yuke. Speaking of you, now that you're here. I change armor on some races. What do you mean? You mean like armor appearance? I mean, armor stats are a given because they have to. But if you're talking armor appearance. But quests and lore, definitely. Like, they all tie into each other. If you can't get something on Crush, we're hitting Wild Bloods again. Okay, man. Crush, you let me know when you're making Krushnek number 7. All right, wipe. 3 servers. Yeah. For sure. Let's see what we're looking at here. I probably shouldn't go 35. 356, sure. There's still a number of players here. The majority is still all, look, they're still all grouped. That's fantastic to see, but it sucks for me. Yeah, it's like even on my my YouTube channel with the VODs that I've been posting from all my streams, I get the periodic person coming on there making trollish comments. It's just it's childish. It's childish. People get on here and they talk about dead game and so on and so forth. I wouldn't even call this a game at the moment because it's still in development. Talk to me in a year when it's launched, right? That's when you want to tell me a game is dead, after it's actually launched. I mean, if that's the case, then you could say Star Citizen is a dead game. It's not, but you get my point. Your end state is the Archai or Archay Shaman, Ogre Druid, and Darkmere Summoner. My end game is Ogre Warrior. Full stop. That's about it. Full stop. Ogre Warrior. If I stick to my EQ roots from the last decade, it'd be Ogre Warrior and then Troll Shaman. But trolls aren't a race here, so I guess Ogre Shaman. EQ made me love buffing people and plane of knowledge. Think of it this way. EverQuest 1 is what, 30 years old? They have 30 expansions. It's the largest game in history currently, still active, still putting out new content. Within the first, I want to say 4 or 5 years of EQ. No, might not even been. I think within year 3. Year 3? Year 4. Somewhere around there. They had over 3,000 quests in the game. Now, there was a player a long time ago by the name of Questor. Questor, I believe? I could be wrong. They're the only individual to have all the quests in the game done. They had all 3,000 and some odd quests done 20 years ago. It was insane. They were the only person, nobody else. This one person, he was heralded just for having no life and playing EQ nonstop. But 3,000 quests within a few years. And we have maybe 50 quests in game right now? 60 quests maybe? Mind you, with the writing crew back, every update they put out now going forward is going to have more story. So there's that. I'm sure we'll get more quests, more lore. Like, they wrote a lot of lore for this game. There is so much lore with this game. They just haven't had the means or the opportunity to put it in game. That's why we're getting it now. Like, if we go in and look at the breastplate, for example, it talks about the chest itself, and it says, however, some of the still distinguishable runes glow when exposed to vile energies, hinting at the nature of the one whom it was originally crafted for. Who was it crafted for? Who was the crafter? Was it a druid? Was it a paladin? Wait, like, we have no idea. Was his name Bob? Was it Sarah? Nobody has any idea. Like, it's fantastic that they've got the lore in here now. The map quest is cool, need more like that. True, yes, definitely. Probably 100. You think there's 150 quests in this game right now? I mean, my 60 might have been a low ball, but I don't know about 150. There's no way to check, which is unfortunate. EQ2 was phenomenal like that, because with EQ2, you could open up your quest journal and see all the completed quests, all the inactive quests. You could sort by which quests were further progressed than others, and you could even go in, if you were in a group, listen to this, if you were in a group with any other number of people, from 2 to 6, you could open up your quest journal, click on a tab to go over to the group, click on the person's name that's in your group, and it will tell you all their quests that they have. So you can coordinate what quests to get done for everybody. You want to talk about amazing? Nobody's done it since. Nobody has. We've had this conversation before, man. Between EverQuest 2's UI and EverQuest 2's quest journal, nobody has duplicated it. Nobody. And they are the greatest creations in MMORPG history. Blows WoW out of the water, Final Fantasy, all of them, Terra, all of them. EQ2, the UI and the quest journal were immaculate, and nobody decided to copy them, and I don't know why. 6 of us could be in a group, and I could figure out maybe nobody has an exact idea what to do. Without saying anything and having to listen to 5 other people try and get their words in, I can open my quest journal, go into the group tab, click on each player, expand their journal, and see what quests we all share together. And that would tell me where we start and what we do and so on. Phenomenal. Phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. EverQuest 2 hit so many things out of the park, and because it was fumbled, because it went up against WoW, It just didn't catch on. But EQ2 was, man, oh man, I can't say enough about that game. So many people tried to play that game and couldn't get to the rating, couldn't get to the end game. And the rating, EQ2 still to this day, 30 years later, 25 years later, still has the best rating I've ever experienced. And I've rated in everything. Everything. You name it. I don't need to name the 40 games now, but EQ2 rating is still, on a ladder, it's the top tier. It was the most challenging, the most technical, the most rewarding, the most fun, the most active. Dude, that whole team at SOE, I can't speak on Daybreak and I can't speak on Darkpaw, but that whole team the first 6-7 years at SOE, man, I wish they built every MMORPG in existence. But so many people just don't know because they all went to WoW. I was in WoW 4 times, but I kept going back to Norath every time. I was not having the same fun in WoW that I was getting in Norath. Or sorry, I wasn't having near as much fun in Azeroth as I was in Norath. Norath had me by the short and curlies, as the phrase goes. But so many people just weren't able to give EQ2 the time. And again, like I said, when they released the game, they did the same thing Final Fantasy XIV did. So for those who don't know, here's a little bit of gaming history for those who don't know. When Final Fantasy XIV first came out, if you're familiar with it, it was just called Final Fantasy XIV. It was not called A Realm Reborn. When Final Fantasy XIV launched, it came out years after EQ2, but it followed the exact same formula, which it never should have. When you created a character in Final Fantasy XIV, it dropped you in your starting city. You had almost no quests to go to, and when you found out who gave you a quest, you had to run 20 minutes outside the town, into the next zone, all the way across the other side of the zone. You had to get 15 updates on 5 possible spawns and have to deal with 30 other people. So what ended up happening, the players pretty much rioted and stopped playing. Final Fantasy XIV saw a massive population drop-off just shortly after it launched. Square Enix came back and said, okay, we see, we messed up, we understand you guys aren't enjoying your time here, we'll do better to add more content. They said they were spinning down the game, so they had this massive event which was pretty fun, and then Final Fantasy XIV came down, period, permanent, gone. Then 3 months later, I think it was, or maybe 4 months later, Final Fantasy XIV relaunched as Final Fantasy XIV A Realm Reborn, hence that subtitle, and it became what it was. EQ2 was kind of similar, but it didn't shut down. When EQ2 launched, you started in your city, you ran to find, say, your trainer or what have you, they started you on a quest, and then you went and talked to one other person. That person had you go from Kinos out to Antonica Hills. So you would zone out into Antonica Hills, you would have to run 3/4 of the way across the map. Again, you would need 10 updates, you would have to fight 6 spawns with 30-40 other people. It was a nightmare, utter nightmare. Then you would run all the way back to town, then you would run to another part of Antonica, turn in there, then there'd be no follow-up, no other quest. So you're like, okay, what do? Do I go back to Kinos and try and find another quest, or do I just run around? You spend so much time running around like a chicken with its head cut off. So a lot of people ended up leaving EQ2 within like the first month because there wasn't a lot to do. People were too busy trying to explore. Nobody was putting groups together to run dungeons. I tried desperately to get into Stormhold. I know some of these terms you guys might not get if you didn't play EQ2, but I tried desperately to get groups together to go into Stormhold because I wanted to play the next version of EQ and Dungeon Crawl. Anyhow, it took them 2 years. When Desert of Flames came out, which was their first expansion, they had jammed enough content into EQ2 that it was sustainable. There was plenty to do by that time. However, from the time it launched to that time, everybody left and went to WoW. That's what happened. So unfortunately, EQ2 took a massive population hit, and it stayed that way pretty much forever. There was actually a point, I want to say like 6 years ago, I think 6 years ago, before COVID, anyways, 7 years ago, where EQ1 surpassed EQ2 in population, which to me was crazy. Now, during COVID, we actually revisited EQ2. Here's the thing I can tell you about EQ2. Playing EQ2 up until I stopped, which was like 10 years in. So EQ2 launched when? 2004? EQ2 and WoW launched a month away from each other, a couple months away from each other. I want to say it was 2004. So by 2014, I had left. I think I was in Vanguard at the time. I think. I don't remember. Anyways, I had stopped playing. But at that time, EQ2 was the most challenging, most rewarding MMO I've ever taken part of until WildStar came along. Different story, don't need to go off tangent. So I revisited EQ2, when was it, 4 years ago? 3 years ago? We were into COVID in 2020 and 2021. I think it was 2021 or 2020 we revisited EQ2 because I wanted to show my viewers what EQ2 was, or at least how I remembered it. We jumped into the game. I had found out that in the middle of EQ2's history, like as far as expansions go, somewhere in the middle, they had their own twist on the planes of power from EQ1. The plane of knowledge, plane of tranquility, the destroyed library, all that stuff. So I said, okay, let's go in and play this chunk of storyline. So I logged in my swashbuckler, and I had a mercenary with me. So we started going through the beginning storyline for the 4 expansion story arc. I went through the whole game. Sorry, not the whole game, but I went through all of those 4 expansions without talking to another person. I didn't need help to run anything. I could jump in with me and my mercenary, and we pretty much killed everything that we were confronted with. They had made the game so accessible because they were trying to make it like World of Warcraft, where everybody could jump in and do something and feel rewarded, that I didn't know what I was playing. So I told myself after those 4 expansions I would never go back. So I'll probably never, ever, ever go back to EQ2, even though to date it's probably, weighing the pros and the cons, it's probably my most favorite MMORPG ever. And I've had a lot of fun times. I've had fun times in Aeon. I've had fun times in DAOC. I've had fun times in Terra, Guild Wars 2, Arcade. Yeah, but it's very unfortunate what EQ2 had become. I think now, for the most part, I think it's just like a raiding game at this point. You can jump in, do stuff on your own, and then when you're ready, jump into a guild or jump into a group and go raid. Oh, WildStar, man. WildStar was phenomenal. WildStar. So, I've lived by a certain motto. I guess it's a motto, creed, whatever. I always say difficulty is relative. Some of you have heard me say this 1,000 times. When I say difficulty is relative, something that might be hard for me might be easy for you, and vice versa. So I wouldn't necessarily say, oh, this game was easier than that one, because then you could turn around and say, well, I found that game harder than this one. That's fine. Difficulty is relative. So I use accessibility. So accessible versus less accessible versus not accessible at all. WildStar was a phenomenal creation, but WildStar was not accessible at all. If you had 1,000 people, if you had 1,000 people jump into WildStar to play it, within the first, I would say, 2 weeks, no exaggeration, within the first 2 weeks, 700 of those people left. And then maybe a month later, 150 of the 300 remaining left. And then it became almost impossible to put groups together. And it wasn't that WildStar was broken or a bad game, but it was, I hate to say this because I don't like using the word, but it was so hard for people. So hard. There were advanced telegraphing systems in WildStar that made it so much fun because you constantly had to be looking everywhere on your screen. You didn't know where a telegraph was going to show up, what area it was going to cover, where the mob was going to face, if it was going to mem wipe, who it was going to target, where you're standing, if the healer's moving, when he has to be standing still, so on and so forth. You had to be pinprick precision with WildStar. And unfortunately, what would happen is you would get into a 5-person group, you would go into a dungeon, and one person would not pay attention to the telegraphing from trash mobs and trash mobs would wipe a group. Now you would sit there and go, well, why would trash mobs wreck a group? That sounds dumb. You weren't there. I don't know how else to tell you, but that's why people left, because they kept getting in groups, they kept going into dungeons. They either turned their head to watch TV, or they were talking to somebody, or they were doing something else, or they could only focus on one little part of the screen at a time, but they kept failing telegraphs and dying. So they just gave up and stopped playing. And then unfortunately shortly thereafter the game shut down because it just didn't have the financial backing because the players weren't playing. Which sucks because WildStar was so much fun. So much fun. I played one of those little squirrel dudes. I forget what they're called, but I played an engineer, which of course is the tank in the game. I forget what they were called. I firmly believe Blizzard paid them to shut down. Could you imagine if that kind of stuff went on? Oh, that would suck. Well, I mean, that's what happens when companies like, Wishlist would purchase a gaming company, and all of a sudden that gaming company would disappear. Resources would be allocated elsewhere. I mean, God forbid, Microsoft didn't have enough money to let that company do what they wanted to do and just left them alone. God forbid they'd go in and pluck every other person out and put them someplace else. Man, guys, I cannot get a group tonight. This is insane. I don't know what's going on. It's Wednesday. How are there a lot of people on and I can't find a group? Let's go back over to 0. Wild Bloods. Yeah, you're right. I should probably hang out with you guys and kill Wild Bloods. I won't bring Krushnek over because he's too high. Well, yeah, he's too high. Wait, are you with... You're with Hint, right? What's Hint's 32? Yeah, it's too high. Oh, maybe not. We could always try. Can't hurt. No Hint tonight? What level's Merle? Is he over 30? He's 32, right? He's 33? Oh, look at that. Stormona got an influx of people. Shard 1 is still where it was when I jumped in, so there's more people logged in. EQ2 housing was insane. So, yeah, so I get people all the time trying to compare other games to EQ2 when I start talking about EQ2, and they clearly don't know because they didn't know EQ2. The 2 games in history that did housing right were EverQuest 2 and Star Wars Galaxies. And Star Wars Galaxies went overboard because players could create entire cities from scratch. Let that sink in. Look up when Star Wars Galaxies launched. Guilds and people could set up entire cities from scratch. Furniture was placeable everywhere. It was so meticulous. And EQ2 did pretty much the same thing, except you can't build cities in EQ2. You just upgraded houses, and they had a whole bunch of... One of these days, I'll install EQ2 and jump in. And just, I mean, you guys probably aren't going to care, but I'll jump in anyways just for nostalgia's sake and show you guys what EQ2 is. I mean, other games have done housing. Guild Wars has done housing, or Guild Wars 2 has done housing. WildStar did housing. But the thing about EQ2, EQ2 didn't just do housing. EQ2 did housing. And what I mean by that is the amount of items, the amount of furniture, the fact that you could run a dungeon, and if you knew what chair to click on in a dungeon, it would automatically go into your inventory one at a time, not for everybody. And that you could go back out into your house and put that chair in your house and resize it and reshape and move it wherever you need it to be. Dude, I'm telling you. And there were tens of thousands of items in EQ2 that you could get. Lanterns, lights, couches, chairs, tables, vases, statues, ornaments. All of it. All of it. Thousands and thousands and thousands of different items to get for your house. You couldn't fit every item in every style of house. It just wasn't possible. There were too many items. You couldn't even fill a house and fill your storage. You would have to delete stuff if you were someone who tried to collect all the furniture in EQ2. It was definitely like its own game. Now, mind you, when I did revisit EQ2 when I was talking about it during COVID, it was pretty cool that at the end of the expansion story for what was EQ2's version of the Plane of Knowledge or the Planes of Power, there was a cutscene that involved Carafern, which is the sleeper from EQ1. And it was the coolest thing I'd ever seen, one of the coolest things I'd ever seen in that game, because EQ2 didn't have video, full motion cutscenes. It wasn't a thing in EQ2. It was the first time I'd seen it. And it closed off the story fantastically. And I loved it. I told the stream. We sat there and I loved playing that entire storyline. But the fact that I didn't have to talk to another person for help, it pretty much became what I would call a theme park MMO. So, unfortunately, that was my experience with the revisit of EQ2. But the first 10 years, phenomenal. Phenomenal. I wish I could have streamed House of the Rising Phoenix. That was the guild I was in. I wish I could have streamed them. You guys would have found them hilarious. All of them, everybody was hilarious. So many fun times. No fighting, no whining, no sticks up anybody's arses, just a whole lot of silliness, and everybody screwed their head on right. Well, except for one person. 2 people. Probably 3 people. No more than 3. I mean, and when you think about social experiences in MMORPGs, I talk a lot about EQ2 when it comes to group dungeons and raiding, because I still think they're top of the ladder. But EQ1, and you need to pay attention to this, those of you that haven't played EQ1, when you can get together with 71 other people for 3 to 5 hours in an evening and complete stuff without pulling a stick out of your arse? Dude, there is nothing more majestic than hanging out with 71 other people. And it's absolutely civilized, and stuff gets done, and you kill targets, and everybody celebrates, and most people do their job. Now, a lot of people will sit there and go, 71 people? That's too many. WoW had like 40. I get it and I understand, but it's EQ. There's never been another EQ. Other MMORPGs have been duplicated, replicated, what have you. EverQuest has never been replicated. But the fact that you can get together with 71 other people in a non-PvP setting, don't bring in PvP content because it's not the same thing, So don't start saying, oh, well, I grew up with 100 people in Arcade or whatever. Shut up. It's not the same thing. It's not even close. It's not even comparable. It's not even remotely the same. Okay, we got the makings of a group. I don't know where everybody's situated at. That guy needs to walk further before I drop down. Actually, we should get our health back. Sorry for the rambling, chat. I tend to ramble. There's some nights where I tend to ramble. I don't mean to scare yous off. The thing that makes EQ2 housing and Wildstar housing is the ability to scale, rotate, clip, and precisely... Yes, I agree, Grix. But I liked EQ2. I wasn't much for the furniture. I actually paid guildies and other people to come in and decorate my houses because I would collect all the stuff, but I would just leave it in storage. I'm gonna fall to my death. Okay, now I really need to med my health back. If Wildstar had the same amount of time as EQ2, I'm certain they would have really done some cool stuff. Yes, for sure. One thing I liked about Wildstar is the fact that you could plant your garden or make your food in Wildstar and actually use the produce. That was pretty cool. I also like the crafting system in Wildstar. I like the fact that you had to use power cores for your armor, but depending on the content, you could get upgraded versions of power cores in order to try and get the best stats. Or not necessarily the best stats, but the stats you're looking for, the build you're looking for. That was pretty cool too. It's funny, there's a game coming out now. It's I think it's a 5v5, kind of like Overwatch, but it's in space and it's called Wild Gate. If you're familiar with Wildstar and you look at the title for Wild Gate and the font that's used, and then you look at gameplay from Wild Gate, you would think they pulled a lot of stuff out of Wildstar to put into this Wild Gate game. That's all I'm saying. If you're familiar with Wildstar, just look up Wild Gate. All you need to see is the title font, and you'll be like, Wildstar. Did I climb? Am I in the wrong area? Why do I not see the ledge from here? I think I'm in the wrong area. Oh, that wolf is right there. You know what? I'm not taking the chances. We're just gonna run back. I'm not risking a silly death 5% from level. Wildgate is not super fun. I tried it. I don't think I wouldn't. Well, I'm not sure if I would enjoy it or not, but I did tune into Summit 1G one night when he was playing Wildgate, and I gotta say, he had some amazing plays on a map that got me excited. I had no idea you could get to the other team's ship and like steal their guns and then equip them on your ship and use them against them. I was like, what? I was like, that's phenomenal. And you could grab their shields and install it on your ship. Dude. However, I could see how that game would get bothersome, 3-4 days in. From now on, you should label your stream as MMORPG Player Refugee Cam. I could do that. Other team would have to be total trash about that. Jay, I'm telling you, it was amazing. It was amazing. It was during one of their play tests. They were all out working on attacking his ship, and he had launched out of his ship before the rest of his team. And he did this, I guess it's a grapple type mechanic. You shoot your grapple and you pull to a certain... Anyways, he was grappling through the map to get to the other ship, and he used the inertia to get to the other ship. And he waited outside the door, and one of the opposing teams had opened the hatch because they were coming outside. I don't know if they were harvesting something, I don't know if they were fixing something, but when they came out through the hatch, he went in behind them. And man, it was hilarious. He killed one guy, and then he ran up into the front of the ship, and he went over to the wall, and he pulled some cylinder thing or some globe thing off the wall, and he left, and he went back to his ship and dropped it off so his teammate could install it on their ship. And then he went back over and ripped one of their guns out and took that back over. Dude. Okay, if I'm gonna get this group at this time, I might have to do something different with the stream, people. I might have to quit my job and start streaming later. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I can't do that. Wait, there's another Cobra here? I only saw the one. I didn't know there were two. Did you do all odds at all? That was a fun Russian WoW style game? Russian? I don't think so. All odds. I'm not familiar with the name. I don't think I've ever heard of it. Good evening. I don't know, I've been spending the last 2 hours trying to find a group, and every night around this time I find you guys. I might have to readjust my thinking. Are you guys normally come on around this time, do you? Yeah, chat, we might have to push group time till later. Oh, you're on the other side of the world. Gotcha. I almost insulted you and said UK until you said it was morning. When you said it was morning, I was like, okay, nope. I promise not to do any Crocodile Dundee references. I love it. Crocodile Dundee got me addicted to Australia, and then what was her name? Elle Macpherson came along, and I was like, she's from Australia too? I was like, okay, I'm sold. I had a huge obsession as a kid with Australia. I don't know what it was. I never got to see it. I tried to see it when I was in my teens, but unfortunately back then it was like $3,600 one way. Like, it was ridiculously expensive to go to Australia, and I was like, nope, not going to happen. So I never got to see it. Now maybe it still happens in the future. I don't know, but I would love to see the Opera House. I would love to see Ayers Rock. I would love to see the Gold Coast. But yeah, I had a huge obsession with Australia when I was younger. I mean, besides all the stuff that, can kill you, all the bugs and stuff, spiders and so on. Right. Went there for 6 weeks, went to Ayers Rock, thought it was kind of a tourist trap. Really? Oh, well, see. I don't know. I just know that as a kid, man, Crocodile Dundee and Elle Macpherson did it for me. I think Brew's here to tank. I was asked to come into DPS. I'm guessing because he had the other tank. Same setup as last night, I'm guessing. Yeah, well, I'm jealous. I'm okay. I'll go easy. I'm patient. I'm pretty easygoing. I'm a hoe. I hear you. But yeah, it looks like we don't have any healer in at the moment. But with 5, there'd be the paladin, that would make 5. So they'd need heals. Where are these guys at? They must be at the back ledge. Essien and I used to be in Vanguard back when Early Access started. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Vanguard Guild. A lot of people liked a lot of people. A lot of people didn't like some of the people. But yeah, I always thought Essien and myself were pretty cool. Spider Crush, Spider Crush, friendly neighborhood Spider Crush. climbs a rock, kinda slow. If he falls, look out below. Hey there. Here comes the Spider Crush. I don't even know if you guys are going to get the reference to that. Spider-Man OG animation title song, just saying. I agree. Okay, so if we're DPSing, we're going to be behind the mob, mostly. So we have DPS, we don't need block. I'm not going to have mocking blow up, so do I put a taunt flag just as a backup? I think so, right? Just in case? Why not? And then fire is 16 currently because we were killing dogs. We have to change that. Fire resist 25. We're not tanking, so put the necklace on in place of, or not necklace, earring, I mean. 34, that should be fine. If we have to go any higher than that, I guess we lose the agility there. What are we at? 22 right now. So we go down to 19 if I take that off. I don't think I want to do that. Australia had me and Nicole Kidman. I visited Port and Perth. Maybe younglings running around I don't know about after the visit. Volcaris. Simpsons Crush. I think I figured out the spot in Wild's End for the underwater dungeon. It's near the second bindstone, a deep pond thing. Oh, really? Wait, the second bindstone. Is that out by the mire? Like out where the high level stuff is? West of the city. Yeah, okay, okay. So chances are it's going to be high level then. Or probably 30 plus at least, I would say, if it's going to be out there. Oh, speaking of that, Uke, can you see those stats? Can you use either of these? If so, they're yours. Move off. Oh. I gotta move this, hang on. And if you can't see the stats, I can read it off. Don't need the helm? What about the chest? Could use chest. Okay, chest is yours. Anybody in chat? Anybody have a caster that needs that helm? If so, if you can find me, it's yours. First one to find me is yours. I'd give it to my necromancer, but my necromancer's only level 12, and I don't think he'll ever see 35. I can hold it for you, Jay. Just remind me. Just remind me. So the helm's for Jay. The robe is for Yuke. Okay. Oh, the drag on the bags are a nuisance with the tooltip. Especially for those of us that get anal about the bag. Oh. Oh my god, stop. Okay, it goes up. Now that one's lower. That's okay, whatever. Close enough. Okay, have fun with that and let me know how you do. I got all my stuff socketed and my abilities swapped out for DPS stuff, so that's why I was saying that, because I'm going to be holding like next to no threat. Not a problem, Jay. Not a problem. I'm not going to use them. I looted them off trash last night, and I was like, I was going to sell them, but I'm like, maybe you can use them. I'm not going to bother with that. We're just going to wing it. Using the Wyken helm. I think Lancelot has the Wyken helm too, the plate helm. Or maybe it's a chain helm. Might be a chain helm. Chain helm, that's what it is. I wish they'd update the feather quest. We have the completed first step, but I can't find the second. Joppa said on one of his streams a long time ago that multiple steps to this quest line were in-game. But I've gone around and I'm pretty sure I've tried to hail every single NPC in the game at the time, and nobody takes this feather, nobody gives an updated quest dialogue, nothing. I know what it leads to, and I'm not going to say, but I can't find the continuing NPC. I know, right? It sounds like it's for the birds. I mean, as far as I can tell, you know, I'm being done pretty foul. I'll stop there. If I was smart, I would duck the quest altogether. Squawking of, have you tried talking to the owl in AVP? There's an owl in AVP? No, I haven't. Where's the owl in AVP? I don't recall seeing an owl. Especially one that talks. Only quest I've done is the harvesting quests. Grind the rest of the way. Oh, yikes. Near the snakes? An owl. Interesting. Okay, I will take a look. When you say near the snakes, is it up inside that little valley? I might have to climb. Wait, up where the drakes are? Not that high. You got me intrigued now. I'm gonna have to go find this owl. What? Some of the mobs are CC'd back here. There's no reason for them to come to us, is there? Oh yeah, there they are. The ranger overpulled and then tried to run it off, and then pulled absolutely everything in the trenches. They had 24 mobs following them. They all just reset. If they moved him, then I've saved a wild goose chase. Ha ha. That's fine. We'll still go anyways. I wouldn't mind saying, because like I said, I've talked to everybody and I can't get a follow-up for it. That's not bad, man. We're holding aggro without using our taunt abilities. Hey T-Chief, if you get a spot and need heals, hit me up. Okay. What shield is that? This is the Consecrated Shield, Soto-san. This comes from the map quest. It's a blessed shield that has a damage proc on it called Consecration. You may see it pop up here periodically. Until I see a shield drop in the Enclave, it's arguably tied for best in slot shield in the game for a tank. There's this one, and then there's the Brace of Claws that comes from Mad Run. There's not really a huge difference between both. They both have damage shields attached to them. I wonder. Ah, shoot, we're in combat. We'll two-hand for a bit, chat. I'll watch my battle points. Ah, yes. Yes, the Enclave exploration from last night. I really enjoyed it, but we had a few deaths. Yeah, pretty much. Bum 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 bum. What else can we talk about, chat? What else can we talk about? Give me a topic. This game? Future games? I don't have to tank here, so my attention is not leaning towards having to pay attention, so to speak. Not tanking or healing? No, sir. I was asked to come into the group to DPS. What tank has been your favorite across all the MMOs I've ever played, and why? Well, what has been my favorite tank? I have 3 for different reasons, but if one is going to edge out the other 2, it would have to be the Guardian from EQ2. And this is going to sound braggadocious, and I don't mean it to sound it, but that's what it's going to sound like. I was so good with the Guardian in EQ2, as far as endgame, running dungeons, raid time. I was sought after by no less than 7 different guilds across 5 servers. And what I mean is, these guilds were willing to pay real money for me to transfer Krushnek to their server. It was the most fun I've had as a tank when it comes to PvE. For PvP, my favorite tank would be the tank that I was in Aeon, or Ion. And that was because twofold. 1, I was the only English-speaking person in the clan known as Team Korea. I kid you not. I didn't know it was a Korean team until I accepted their invite. And 2 of the individuals spoke with the most broken English I've ever heard, but I understood what points they were getting across. I just didn't know everybody else in the guild spoke Korean. It was wild. With that said, we had everything on lockdown. In Aeon, you used invisible platforms to get to secret bosses. Now, when I say invisible platforms, you can't see them. You would have to go way up there by walking up platforms you can't see. You would need to know how many steps in a direction to take before you Indiana Jones turn to take another couple of tiles. So it could be 8 tiles straight, 2 tiles right, 1 tile left, 1 tile left, 2 tiles up. You step 1 square off of that and you fall to your death. Or close to your death. And then you have to start all over again. But we had all those secret world bosses we had on lockdown. Every weekend, when we had 1,000 people come into the Abyss to do the PvP, I was the guy who was in charge of tanking the commander in the main fort in the Abyss, while all the other 800 players fought it out with each other to try and see who could take the kills first. I'm telling you, Ion or Aeon was an absolute hilarious blast for PvP, for me. So those are my two favorite tanks, EQ2 and Aeon, or Ion, however you want to pronounce it. It was a lot of fun. It was the fights in Aeon would have me white knuckle and cold sweat, and when I was logging out for the night, I couldn't go to sleep. I had this energy from head to toe that I wanted to keep going. It wasn't an addiction, but it was like I could take on the world at that point. I needed to take on the world. Like, man, they were fun times. They were fun times. It was a blast. I loved it. Absolutely loved it. And I stayed with the clan, or I believe in Aeon they were called clans. I stayed with Team Korea because even though I didn't understand what most of them were talking about, they knew what they were doing. They knew what I was going to do, and I did what I was supposed to do 100% of the time. Now, I wouldn't say we were hardcore or stickler for details, but when you have to go up a path by taking 150 steps in random directions, you can't afford to half-ass it. There's no breadcrumbs you can drop. We can't line people. We tried to line people up 1 or 2 squares ahead so that everybody knew. If you didn't know which way to go, everybody would have a rough idea where to go. But these guys were so into it that they just didn't care. They just ran all the way up there, and if you didn't make it, you didn't make it. They didn't care. They were going for the world boss. And we used to compete with other clans and other groups, and they used to climb up, and we used to watch them all fall over. It was hilarious. Fantastic. And these were invisible walkways you couldn't see. Just like the zone walls in Pantheon. You could not see where you were. I mean, if you guys were here a few weeks ago, I showed you on stream footage of an Abyss raid in Aeon. You guys saw. I'm not kidding. There were 1,000 people. It's the only game in history that I've ever played PvP style that had 1,000 people supported in a zone at the same time. No other game has come close. No other game. Not one. Not DAOC, not Lineage, none of them. The fact that there were so many people in the Abyss, and the Abyss was 360 degrees, meaning you flew everywhere. You weren't on ground. You weren't on mounts. You had wings. You flew everywhere. It was 360. When you were in combat with somebody, they weren't just in front of you. They were above you, off to the left, down below you. It's phenomenal as a tank to grab somebody who's flying, pull them towards you, and then watch your DPS behind you just totally annihilate the person you just pulled to your face. I'm telling you, it's white knuckle, cold sweat. Oh my God, it was so exciting. So exciting. I get worked up just talking about it. Every time you find the group on the enemy side that is the biggest threat to your own people, and then you just take the tank right out of the equation. It was fantastic. It was almost unfair. It was almost unfair. And it wasn't even a big clan. I think there were only like 30 people in the clan. But the thing is, our whole faction got behind us. Like, Aeon was based off of 2 factions, the Asmodeans and the Ilios. And we were Ilios. So when Team Korea would type in our region chat that we were going to the Abyss, everybody showed up. Oh my God, it was wild. It was so exciting. Man, the memories. What's going on here? That's not what I wanted. Shoot, wrong banner. he's gonna relog to fix his connection, once we... Is there another mob to kill? Yeah, that guy there. Well, okay, once we kill that guy, you'll have to give me a minute, because while he's relogging, I don't have any of my tanking stuff on, so I'll have to switch over to it until he gets back in or whatever. Where are you? Here you are. I don't think we need to take off cleave. We just need to put on... Okay, I'm ready. I love the warrior, man. I love the warrior. Couple modifications, you go from tanking to DPSing. The world is good. Thoughts on Aeon 2 coming? I need to see like 20 minutes of gameplay footage. And I say this specifically because the Aeon 1 that everybody's playing now is not the same Aeon 1 that I was part of when it launched. They did a rebranding a number of years after the launch, so it is a bit of a different game. I don't remember the exact details of the current game, but if 2 is built like the current game, I need to see more footage. If 2 is built like the first game, I might be all in. Alright, hear me out. Lower level warrior decked out in leather agility gear is a means to an end since not enough agility. Yes, I would. That's what you've got to do, T-Chief. You have to swap in. You don't have to go full agility, but you're going to need, right now, pre-30, you're going to need to socket in leather gear. Or even chain gear. Anything with agility. But you don't need all your gear agility. You're still going to need strength, because if you're using a shield, punish is the whole reason for sword and board. Punish is built off of strength. Punish is not agility. Remember that. So don't lean hard into agility. You still need strength for punish. Agility is just for everything else. Okay, he's back now. No, it's not what I wanted. Shoot. Shoot, shoot, shoot. Where are you? There you are. Hey, there's 41. That would be moi. Now, let's go into the Enclave so I can de-ding. We died, what, 3 times? 4 times last night? And the thing is, our second go at it, we had a really smooth run until we got to the stairs that lead down to the ramparts north. And the reason being is the mobs, they pathed away, but when I went and pulled the mob on the stair, they all still came from way down at the bottom, which didn't make sense to me, because we had pulled them the previous pull, and they came flawlessly. So I don't know what happened there, but that messed us up. It, we'll talk when I decide, if I decide to get serious leveling. Okay, gotcha. It's not enough damage. What's our strength right now? Almost 40, and I'm doing 130. Wait, this is agility now, isn't it? No, this is still strength, so brutal cleave is strength also. Well, that's not making sense. I had 43 strength the old way, and I was doing like 170 on brutal cleave. Maybe that was a low swing. Ah, it's 207. That's a crit though. It's still nice to see. That's a Ranger arrow light. $136 again. Look, that kick alone just did 123. Brutal cleave needs a different calculation. $109 from brutal cleave, and kick just did 102. Non-crit. What is going on here? $141 versus 123. Kick uses no battle points. Kick actually gives me 2 battle points. And cleave uses 3. 23, that was a nice crit. I don't know why kick is doing similar damage to cleave. It shouldn't be. Cleave should be doing more damage when it lands, on average. $55. $104. I still think sword and board is the way to go. They ruined Warrior. I wouldn't say they ruined Warrior. Two-hand is not... my testing over the past week, two-hand is not what all it's cracked up to be anymore. Sword and board is the way to go. For everything. Even if you're DPSing, sword and board is the way to go. $107. Yeah, cleave needs to be doing more damage. Or I guess kick needs to be doing a bit less damage. One or the other. Kick and cleave should not be doing roughly the same damage. Okay, that one's down. No ruining anything in early access, plenty of time to rebalance. Yes, that's correct. I mean, we're up there. You know, we've managed to compensate with agility. That's not our problem. We just need a few more points and we should be good. We need to get agility up to where strength used to be. That's why we're losing a bit of strength in order to gain the agility. I'm hoping to find some other pieces of gear in the Enclave that have agility on them. We have the breastplate and the shoulders, but agility's going to have to be up in the 40s in order to give us the same performance as strength did. The question is, what's out there with agility now? Because nothing 1 to 30 is going to be reliable enough at the moment for a warrior. Because they have to go back through and re-itemize all the 1 to 30 gear. Because for plate armor, even for chain, there's not really a whole lot of agility prime gear. So... I love the warrior. It only took me 3 days. Once the update hit, it only took me 3 days of testing to correct the warrior. It's all good now. The only problem with warriors right now is they're two-handed. The two-hand efficiency just isn't there, and I'm using the gavel, which is the strongest weapon in the game right now. Kick uses what? Agility. Strength. 39 versus 26. 13 points difference. $150 on a crit. It's not good enough. 81. Well, that was low. One, 130 on cleave, 162 crit on kick. Gotta drink my coffee. I normally forget to drink my coffee, and then I'm left at the end of the night trying to drink a whole coffee. I'm not sure where he just went. That's the brace of claws right there. That's the comparable shield to what I have. Healer had to take a brief AFK chat, so we're going to sit tight until they get back. What are you guys doing? What are you guys working on? If anything. Shaman heals? Gotcha. Black Rose Keep? You're still working on multiple projects? Gotcha. I don't know why my stream keeps notifying me every time I go live. I don't know what setting I've done where it notifies me. It shouldn't notify me because I've gone live. But every time I go live, I'm notified that I'm live. Which makes no sense. I get it through YouTube and I get it through Twitch. And I don't know what setting. I've gone through all my settings. I don't know why it keeps telling me I'm live when of course I'm live because I started the live. Sure. DM the other project? Okay. Hey, casters. Any casters in chat? How do you guys feel about the mana regen in the game, based on your level? Let me know what level you are, and give me your honest input on mana regen. And not in a solo situation, in a group situation. It's gross, slow, even with my buff. Really? When you say slow, how would you compare it to, say, EQ mana regen without any sort of hasting? Because I remember mana being quite a time consumption waiting to met it back in EQ. Would you say it's worse than that? From 0 to full, it takes you 3 and some change to recover. And so let me ask you then, Andre, what is your mana amount? What's your total mana amount? Like, how much mana do you have? Is it 4 digits? You have 624 at 32, and it takes about 3 minutes. Oh, you have almost 914, and it takes about 3 minutes. That's kind of on par with my hit points. And I have hit point regen of 10, or 9 by default. And it takes about 3 minutes to get up to full. Curious. I mean, I guess sitting puts hit point and mana regen back by 5, right? Every 5 seconds, hit points and mana goes up by it's the same. I don't even know if it's the same amount. I should match the in and out of combat soon, if not already. Oh, I didn't dash forward? That would have been epic. Really not happy with Cleave's damage. Where's he going? Not sure what causes chat to get stuck on screen randomly like that. Oh, is it stuck there? It's probably server lag. That's probably what it is. A chat message gets up there, a little bit of lag gets through, interrupts the signal. Nobody types the follow-up, so it just sticks there. Now that you've played the Paladin and the Warrior, do you still think the Warrior's the better tank overall? I do fantastic with the Warrior. I can't speak on other Warriors. But I also do completely silly with the Paladin. I mean, the Paladin... They each have their play styles. I'd like to think that I'm really good with both. The Paladin is just crazy. That's all I'm saying. The Paladin is ridiculous. But I'll always be a warrior. As far as a better tank, I think right now people would have a more accessible time with the Paladin than a warrior. I believe the warrior is going to take a bit more than the Paladin. We'll say that. It's funny that they tout the warrior as being the master tactician on the battlefield, when in actual fact, whoever's controlling the warrior should probably be a tactician in themselves. The Paladin, not so much. Dire Lord also. In my experience. If we're talking learning curves, Warrior has the highest one. or barrier to entry, as the phrase goes, I'd say the warrior. Paladin would be first, Dire Lord would be second, warrior would be third. The message has been there for 15 minutes. Oh, you're right. It is. It's not updating. I don't know what's going on. Is there anything I can do here? I don't think so. No, I don't know. I don't know why it's there. Oh, it's gone now. What did I didn't do anything. Okay, weird. I didn't do anything. I moved my mouse. That doesn't make sense. Let's see if it happens again. Dire Lord seems fun, but I don't know if they can handle raid tanking with only being able to wear chain. Yeah, that's... So, I will tell you this. The quote-unquote only raid target in the game currently is Aganoct. Aganoct the Brood Queen. The first 3 tanks I saw go up against Aganoct were Dire Lords. I don't know if I'd count the dragon as a raid, but the dragon doesn't have any loot, does he? Yeah. The dragon I believe is for story. When we went and took Aganoct out back in, I want to say December, Joppa had mentioned that the only mob in the game that was keyed to be a raid target was Aganoct, but the issue was Aganoct only had the one loot item, which is the Rogue Dagger, and the main ability that Aganoct does was bugged because, well, I don't want to ruin it for my chat, but I will say the main mechanic for the fight was bugged. But as far as I know, the only mob that was coded as a raid target was Aganoct. But you're right, there is Karagus, or is that his name? In Thronefast. What is it? Karagos the Watcher in Thronefast is a hard target, but that mob I believe is not keyed as a raid target. I think that mob is for some sort of storyline. Like, if you con that Drake, the Drake is red to I think a level 50, but it says that they're part of the Council of Air. Now, if you go into the basement of Halnir's and you go to where the Drake is there, the dragon is there trapped in the wall, that dragon is part of the, I think it's the Council of the Deep. So I'm guessing there are drakes or dragons throughout the world, or they're supposed to be throughout the world, and they're going to be on different factions. So we found the Council of Air, we found the Council of the Deep. Have I played a Dire Lord? I have a Dire Lord. The Dire Lord I think is like level 9. But when I came up at the beginning of early access, it was myself as the warrior, and then there were 5 other Dire Lords. So I leveled up with, like, Dire Lords tanked everything in the game, including Aganoct, and there was no issue as far as tanking goes. And this is going back to January. So Dire Lords, as far as I can tell, are perfectly fine as far as tanking goes. It just depends on how you use your skills. But my understanding is stacking your phantoms and doing the life leech are key to using a Dire Lord when it comes to a raid target. The problem is when you deal with multiple targets. They have the multi-yoink, but as far as that, outside of that, there's really not much else multi-mob that exists for the Dire Lord. But it doesn't need to be as long as it focuses on the raid target. The Paladin tends to have a more consistent AoE time because their heals tend to come up faster, so they can just pop their AoE heal anytime they build Wrath, and that'll generate threat off of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mobs or what have you. The Paladin is just a silly class. Like, man, leveling the Paladin from 1 to 30, he's so dumb. I don't think I died once. Like, the Paladins are ridiculous. Sorry, did you die because I was yapping? You were trying to say something? Boo, 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 boo. What level's the 50% res? 24? Oh, I'll have to level the shaman, so I have a pocket reser. I leveled the necromancer to 12 just for corpse summon. Oh, there's egg. Alright, we'll get this. You were going to use the robe. There you go, sir. No problem, man. No problem. You are welcome. Like I said, I looted it. It looked kind of interesting. I wasn't about to use it for anything, so I figured I'll hold on to it until somebody can use it. Then I realized you were at that level or close to that level, so I was like, you know what? Good enough. Headed off for vacation. When will you be back? Next week, I guess? You mentioned a week. Yeah, that's the brace of claws there. I don't like that it's a round shield. I get it. I understand dropping a mad run having the primitive look, but I don't want a primitive look. I want a tower shield. I know you can craft a tower shield that has no stats on it, but I want a tower shield. There's no tower shield that drops in the game. Or at least no tower shield with a graphic. Yet there's a tower shield schematic. Go figure. You'll be back Wednesday, Thursday? Gotcha. Yeah, you're slacking on your levels, man. I mean, it's not like you haven't got a year to get 10 levels. Or at least the rest of the rest of this year. Okay, no problem, man. Enjoy your vacation. I really like the particle effect on the gavel. Why did they take out gnomes? I wouldn't say they took out gnomes, I would say they held gnomes back. So, gnomes are mystical beings. Okay, they're otherworldly. They're not from here. They have a tie-in to the second moon. So you won't see the gnomes until we see the second moon. There's supposed to be a second moon in the sky. We don't have it. Now, I will say, on their roadmap for this year, the second moon and the gnomes are not listed. So, the last major update of this year is going to be Badia de Kara. So I'm wondering if they're going to put gnomes and Scar in next year. Because they don't really need to tune them, just implement the races. Right? It's the classes that need tuning, not the races. Then they just gotta slap the racials on all the races and Bob's your uncle. So I don't think on their list of priorities, the other races are part of them for right now. I don't think we'll get Scar until we get Badia de Kara, and I don't think we'll get the gnomes until we get the second moon. And as far as the Archai, I don't know when they come in. I have no idea. Archai comes in before or after the gnomes? Well, Bard's going to be last. You're not going to see the Bard until 2026. Guaranteed. I'll put it on record right now. You won't see the Bard until 2026. That won't happen. The Bard might exist, and the Bard may have been around for months. The Bard might have been around for years. You won't see the Bard until 2026. I promise you. You guys can hold me to it. But I'm going on record. You won't see the Bard till next year. Oh, excuse me. Am I saying that zone right? Is it Badia de Kara? Is that what it's called? I want to say that's what it's called. It's Spanish? What is it Spanish for? I do not know Spanish, except for agua. I think that's it. It would be, I think it's Badiadecara. Badia Dakara. Able to type out the first part? Badia. Badia. And then DE. And then CARA. Badia Dakara. Double-digit cleave at 41 should not be a thing. All I can find is that it can mean facing a direction. Face of the bay in Catalan. Oh, okay, there you go. Face of the bay. That would make sense for the water area. Hey, check this out. I looked it up as Badia Dakara. I got seasoning. Go figure. I typed in Badia de Cara, hit search, and I got seasoning. So there you go. $205, that's a good hit. Few and far in between. $136 on a non-crit kick. There, see, Brutal Cleave hit both of them that time. Still didn't do enough damage. As far as I'm concerned. Excuse me. What's that? Oh, yeah, it's like 30 seconds, 45 seconds. It is not quick. happen. Okay, Jay, have a good night. I'll hold that hood for you. Same here. The sunburn's starting to kick in, man. Everything hurts. Oh, I was such a dummy. I don't know why I stayed out so long as I did doing yard work. I knew I shouldn't have done it. Not that early in the day. Sunburn in the shoulders just hurt it? Yeah. I got it all over my face. I know you guys probably can't see it because of the lighting. All over my face, back of my head, shoulders, chest, arms. The worst part is under my triceps. I don't know why. I don't know what I did there. I guess when I was mowing the yard, I guess, holding my arms out. I don't know. I got sunburn just about everywhere. And I even put sunscreen on. Or at least I thought I did. Apparently I didn't put enough on. Didn't use sunscreen. Yeah, so well, that was the whole thing. Being out in the sun for a while. I meant to do it last year. The year before, I was out in the sun quite a bit. And then last year, I wasn't out at all. And this year, I was like, well, I gotta change that. We gotta try and find more time to be out. So I chose to do my yard work when I thought it was not at the peak of the heat. Like, I started at like 10:30 in the morning. But by 11:30, it was like 31 degrees Celsius. It was just, I was just dumb. Who's fighting what? We're fighting this one? Cross strike is supposed to do more damage from the back, and I just did the most damage I've ever done with the skill from the front. Okay. Double 75s? That's nuts. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Right on. Talk to you later. Everyone is going to bed, yes. Yeah, for followers of an East Coast server, it is getting late. Okay. Got two, I think. Maybe three. I think two. Wait a minute. Anybody remember the Coldane Prayer Shawl quest in EQ? Did that require the 8 trials with the giants? The war event? Anybody remember? Or was that the ring? I know that they were called the ring events. But was it used for the Coldane Prayer Shawl? I don't remember. I just find it funny, Blackbark here that we just killed, he said something about Sacred Shawl, 8 trials, each one a thread. I was thinking to myself, wasn't that how the Prayer Shawl quest unraveled in EQ? I could be thinking of the ring, though. Or maybe it's both. Okay, stream. That is it for me for this evening. It is that time. Hope you guys enjoyed your time here, those of you that are still here. We should be live again tomorrow. I don't know what the game plan is. It is Thursday. I don't know what the population is going to be like. We'll try and get on and see if we can get into a group first off. If we can't, we might just goof around until some more people log in, I guess. Anyhow, you guys have a good night or a good day, and hope to see you on the next stream. Take care.